Madam President.
I, Irene Lopez, the President of the Governing Board, call the February 12th, 2026 regular board meeting at the San Ysidro School District to order at 5:01. Before we begin the roll call, I would like to inform the public that all translations will be conducted simultaneously today via headset. If any member of the public would like translation from English to Spanish or Spanish to English, please visit the translating table, pick up a headset. Only is on our left-hand side. I will now ask our secretary to the board and acting superintendent Manuel Borges to conduct the roll call for attendance.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Irene Lopez, President.
Present?
Mr. Daniel Rosario, Board Vice President.
Present.
Mr. Martin Arias, Board Clerk. Mr. Antonio Martinez, Board Member. Present. Ms. Kenya Peraza, Board Member.
Present.
We have the four, Madam President.
I would like to make a motion to approve the agenda, to approve the agenda. May I have a second?
I'll second.
The motion was made by me, Irene Lopez, seconded by Mr. Antonio Martinez. May I have a vote?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. It's passed. We encourage all participants to share constructive ideas and perspectives while respecting other rights to do the same. The board welcomes different opinions. However, it is essential that all disagreements be expressed in a courteous and meaningful way. Personal attacks or disrespectful behavior toward others will not be tolerated. To maintain a positive environment, all speakers are asked to be courteous, patient, and respectful while others are speaking. Comments should be concise, relevant to the topic, and within the allotted time. Members of the public must be recognized by the board president or chairperson before speaking and may only address the board from the podium, not from the audience. Public comments must adhere to Civility Board Policy 1313, which promotes mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among all members of the school community, including employees, board members, contractors, parents, guardians, students, and the public. This policy is not intended to restrict any person's constitutional right to be free expression. This policy is not intended to restrict any person's constitutional right to free expression on school grounds or at district activities. Uncivil or harassing conduct by any member of the San Ysidro district community is harmful to the educational environment and will not be permitted. Civil behavior includes politeness, courtesy, integrity, honesty, timelessness, dependability, adherence to laws and rules, effective communication. Students, staff, parents, guardians, and community members are expected to communicate and behave in ways that do not disrupt district operations, hinder learning, or create unsafe environments. Number 4, do we have any public comments?
None.
Closed session? Do not have any public comments on closed session items. May I have a motion to recess the closed session?
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to recess the closed session at 5:05.
I second. Motion made by Mr. Antonio, seconded by Mrs. Zenaida Rosario. May I have a vote?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 4-0. And we are now going to close session.
Yeah, just for clarity, before we go into, I'll read it, Madam President. We'll be discussing in closed session 5.1, government code section 549, 57.6, conference with labor negotiators, 5.2, government code section 54957, public employee dismissal, discipline, release, and reassignment, and then 5.3, conference with legal counsel and anticipated litigation. And that's
that person for us. We're now reconvening from open session. Closed session to open session. Time is now 6:39. We have nothing to report out.
And just for clarification and for, Mr. Arias arrived at 5:10. Yeah.
Before we begin the open session, I would like to inform the public that all translations will be conducted simultaneously today via headset. If any member of the public would like translation from English to Spanish or Spanish to English, please visit the translator's table to pick up the headset on our Mahalo website. I will now ask Secretary to the Board, Acting Superintendent Manuel Duarte, to conduct the roll call for attendance.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Lopez, President. Mr. Nanda Rosari, Board Vice President.
Present.
Mr. Martin Arias, Board Clerk. Present. Mr. Antonio Martinez, Board Member. Present. Ms. Kenia Peraza, Board Member.
Present.
All present, Madam President.
Thank you. We will now have the flag salute. Please stand. Right hand over your heart. Ready to begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and
We are now on public comments and communications on open session items. Before we begin the public comment, I want to inform the public that all translations will be conducted simultaneously today via headset. If any member of the public would like translation from English to Spanish to English, please visit the translator's table to the left of us and pick up a headset. We encourage all participants to share constructive ideas and perspectives while respecting others' rights to do the same. The board welcomes differing opinions, however, it is essential that all disagreements be expressed in a courteous and meaningful way. Personal attacks or disrespectful behavior toward others will not be tolerated. To maintain a positive environment, all speakers ask to be courteous, patient, and respectful while others are speaking. Comments should be concise, relevant to the topic, and within the allotted time. Members of the public must be recognized by the board president or chairperson before speaking and may only address the board from the podium, not from the audience. Public comments must adhere to Civility Board Policy 1313, which promotes mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among all members of the school community, including employees, board members, contractors, parents, guardians, students, and the public. This policy is not intended to restrict any person's constitutional right to free expression on school grounds or at district activities. Uncivil or harassing conduct by any member of the San Ysidro district community is harmful to the educational environment and will not be permitted. Civil behavior includes politeness, courtesy, integrity, honesty, timelessness, dependability, adherence to laws and rules, and effective communication. Students, staff, parents, guardians, and community members are expected to communicate and behave in ways that do not disrupt district operations. hinder learning, or create unsafe environments. So for public, so now we're gonna be looking. This one is Roxanne from Ysidro.
Good evening. Is it on? Yeah? Okay. Good evening, buenas tardes. Our community deserves accountability and leadership that puts students first. Nuestra comunidad merece transparencia, responsabilidad y un liderazgo que ponga a los estudiantes primero. Las familias no han recibido a clear explanation about why our district lost the Head Start program. Many in the community believe this loss was connected to a lack of oversight in preschool classrooms that operated without credentialed teachers, relying only on aides. If proper oversight had existed, perhaps the serious situation that allegedly occurred at Sunset involving instructional aide Jaime Godinez, who is now going to trial, could have been prevented. Las familias no han recibido una explicación de por qué nuestro distrito perdió el programa de Head Start. Muchos en la comunidad creen que esta pérdida estuvo relacionada con la falta de supervisión en salones preescolares sin maestros acreditados, operando solo con asistentes. Si hubiera existido la supervisión adecuada, tal vez la situación grave que presuntamente ocurrió en Sunset con el asistente Jaime Godinez, quien ahora irá a juicio, se habría podido evitar. These were not simply safety incidents. These were serious failures that affected children and families. Estos no fueron simples incidentes de seguridad, fueron fallas graves que afectaron a los niños, a las familias. And we hear discussions about safety plans, but safety plans without working cameras across campuses in 2026, functioning cameras in common areas should never be optional. It's basic protection for students and staff. Escuchamos discusiones sobre planes de seguridad, pero ¿qué es un plan de seguridad sin cámaras funcionando en los planteles? En el año 2026, las cámaras en áreas comunes son protección básica para estudiantes y personal. This district faces nearly a $5 million deficit budget. Layoffs will affect our staff, families, and classrooms. Yet the community does not see the same level of cuts in administration. We see retired employees receiving double salaries, and we see a superintendent on medical leave writing personal online articles. We're truly concerned that the only trustee voting for students and holding this district accountable is Trustee Peraza. We are concerned about the priorities. We are concerned about our trustees voting against our families and not working together to better serve their community. El distrito enfrenta casi $5 millones de déficit presupuestarios. Los despidos van a afectar al personal, a las familias y a las aulas, pero la comunidad no ve el mismo nivel de recortes en la administración. Vemos empleados retirados recibiendo doble salario. Vemos a una superintendente en licencia médica escribiendo artículos personales en línea. Esto genera una profunda preocupación sobre las prioridades y la responsabilidad.
Another one for Karina Robles.
Buenas noches, miembros de la mesa directiva. Como madre y miembro de esta comunidad, quiero hablar sobre la inseguridad de nuestros hijos en las escuelas de este distrito y la urgente necesidad de cámaras de seguridad. En las últimas semanas hemos sido testigos de múltiples casos de violencia y presencia policíaca en nuestras escuelas, principalmente en Willow y en la escuela Sims. También hemos sido consternados por un grave caso de abuso en esta misma escuela y por la presencia de extraños amenazando la seguridad de los estudiantes. Aún así, siguen negándose a instalar cámaras. Su excusa es el costo y que no son necesarias. Sin embargo, no dudaron en aprobar millones de dólares para remodelar la escuela secundaria de San Ysidro, la misma que necesita atención urgente por problemas internos graves, acoso a estudiantes, exposición a drogas, peleas frecuentes y bajos niveles académicos. ¿Cómo es posible aprobar remodelaciones cosméticas mientras ignoran las situaciones graves y reales que enfrentan nuestros niños todos los días? Traen a la fiscal de distrito para pláticas sobre inseguridad, drogas y tráfico humano, pero se contradice negándose a lo indispensable, instalar cámaras. Las cámaras no son un lujo, son una herramienta necesaria para disminuir la violencia, documentar incidentes y proteger a estudiantes y al personal. Nuestros hijos no pueden aprender si temen por su seguridad. ¿Cuántos incidentes más necesitan? ¿Cuántas familias más deben irse para que actúen? Más grave aún, con los despidos de maestros certificados, asistentes y personal de seguridad que quieren aprobar esta noche, estos incidentes crecerán de manera drástica. Reducen posiciones esenciales, dejando estudiantes con necesidades especiales y aprendices de inglés sin apoyo. Pero en su agenda no veo recortes a los salarios del personal que gana sueldos de 6 cifras. Siguen pagando a la superintendente su licencia bajo licencia médica y aún siendo la responsable del déficit de millones por la mala administración que llevó al distrito a esta situación tan grave y vergonzosa. Tampoco veo en la agenda de hoy el despido de los abogados y consejeros legales que usan para intimidar a padres y desestimar quejas válidas, ni que planeen dejar de recontratar personal retirado como la señora Colón y el señor Liro, quien el día de hoy se encontraba presente trabajando en una de sus escuelas. Esto mientras despiden a quienes sirven directamente a nuestros hijos, en lugar de trabajar en conjunto con los padres y escuchar sus preocupaciones. Los culpan e intimidan. Además de intimidar y bloquear el trabajo de la miembro de la mesa, la señora Peraza, quien ha sido la única denunciante y que ha pedido transparencia y cuentas claras, velando por los intereses de los niños y sus familias, mientras los demás agachan la cabeza y no dicen nada. Como padre miembro de esta comunidad, pido que reconsideren sus decisiones y lo que aprobarán esta noche. La reputación, fracaso o éxito de este distrito queda hoy en sus manos. Gracias. Buenas noches.
Buenas noches. Allison Moody.
Good evening. I'm here tonight to address serious issues troubling this district. The San Ysidro School District continues to resist installing working campus cameras, even as parents and students have asked for them to deter incidents, provide clear evidence, and keep everyone safer. Excuses like privacy and cost don't hold up when cameras have helped in real situations. A lieutenant for the SDPD credited campus footage with quickly identifying the suspect in a recent San Ysidro High School stabbing. Yet board members denied his statement and mocked our requests. Two even made a distasteful comment stating that parents should be charged for submitting frivolous complaints. You can call cameras Big Brother all you'd like. The reality is that cameras work. They provide objective oversight and protection that words and policies alone haven't. Yet the district says no. Even after fights and violence at Sims, police involvement, drug allegations, and other incidents cameras could have prevented or documented. Consider Sunset Preschool. Jaime Godinez's heinous act was hidden for 8 months, showing a failure to act promptly and transparently. There's also a current employee with repeated complaints since 2008 of inappropriately staring at female students. Despite media coverage, he was transferred 6 times within the district and remains employed. Last year, he even received an award. This sends a troubling message about whose safety is being prioritized here. Personally, when I was in 8th grade at Sims, a substitute teacher handed me a note asking me to meet him outside of school. My mom and I went to Principal Manuel Bojorquez, now acting superintendent. He said I wouldn't see the teacher again, yet there was no police report, no investigation, and no follow-up. I was not protected, nor were my classmates. These are not isolated incidents. They reflect a pattern of negligence under Superintendent Gina Potter's leadership. Denying parents' repeated requests is not democracy. We want fair, accountable leaders, not a dictatorship that dismisses concerns and denies the facts. Meanwhile, the district faces a growing multi-million-dollar deficit. Yet there's money for a $68,000 private trip to San Francisco, $75,000 to hire police for board meetings, $500,000 annually for legal counsel used to intimidate families, and Gina Potter's $300,000 salary. She's being paid while on leave, writing self-praising articles despite the damage she has done to this district. Now, 25 certified staff members and even more support staff are being laid off, the very people who teach and care for our children. This is a misplaced priority. Protecting appearances and control while cutting the people and tools that actually keep students safe. Cameras in hallways, not classrooms, are one of the simplest, cost-effective ways to add accountability, yet they're dismissed by you. Our students deserve better. Consistent protection, leadership that acts before harm occurs, and a district that prioritizes students and teachers, not administration or their paychecks. I urge the board to install working cameras, rethink their irresponsible spending, and address this pattern of negligence. Thank you.
Next, we have Mary Davis.
Hi, yes. Good evening, Mary Davis. And so I'm here tonight and I want to work with you to try to find solutions. I know this district is in the hole, as many other districts are in the hole. I just came from Chula Vista Elementary last night and they are facing dire issues. So I don't think we should only bring criticism without offering solutions. So as a watchdog, it's really hard for me when I come to this district because I also go to North County and they have foundations. Some of those schools have foundations that are private foundations to support supplemental things that are in the millions of the dollars. And then I come here and I see, and I have this vision for San Ysidro, not just the school district, but for the whole community, what it could be. And I would love, I'm associated friends with Mr. Aguirre, Miguel Aguirre, and I know he has a vision and I have this grand vision for San Ysidro and what it could be if it would just wrest its autonomy away and be self-directed. I feel like a lot of people come into this community and make money off of it, but nothing really changes for the people that live and work here. So I would like to work with you on that. And part of this is I am going to bring up the cameras again. And I think it's critical that we've seen in the era of safety, whether it's that kidnapping case out of Tucson, or I know there was a school shooting up in Canada. This is a real thing, and I'm only talking in the public areas. That's all I would advocate. I believe in student privacy, and I would not really want, my personal taste is not to have them in the classroom. But I do think in the public hallway, there's a benefit. And one thing I don't think has really been addressed is again, in my law enforcement background, in the supermarket of victims, it's the soft targets that get hit first. So if I'm a crook and a bad guy, and I know there's schools with cameras and schools without, I'm probably going to try and pick the school without the camera. So I want you to keep that in mind, the soft target feel to this, that you may be incentivizing people for that. Also, again, offering solutions. I feel like we are in a tech-rich county, Qualcomm, et cetera. I am happy if you have somebody that I could coordinate with. I would love to contact some of these businesses and see if we could get grants and funding to do that. I don't think we have to ask teachers to give up raises so that we could have cameras. It's not either or. I'm about finding solutions, helping this district, working with you. And I hope we can put the maybe adversarial part back and really unite and work together to find solutions. Again, Chula Vista had 56 layoffs. I'm hoping it doesn't ever get to that point here. And again, for layoffs, anything that would occur, it should be from the top administrators and not affect the classroom direct student contact. Thank you very much.
Items from the board and acting superintendent. I will now start with board member Kenya Teresa.
Good evening, everyone. Well, first of all, I want to thank the district attorney, Summer Stephan, who was here a few days ago. And she gave a great presentation about how to prevent fentanyl, drugs, and scams into our community. And her team and of course, all the problems of sex trafficking and everything that they have accomplished. I thought that was great to see. And at the end of the meeting, I approached her and of course I say hi, I took a picture with her and I told her I was advocating for cameras and in our schools. And she immediately reacted in a good way. She said, this is actually a great idea. So I was very pleased to hear that the district attorney agrees with me. So that leads me to again, to the same proposal from months and months ago. I still stand by it, and I hope this board can reconsider to have cameras in our schools. And like Ms. Davis said, we don't have to find budget solutions. We can look for maybe federal grants or any type of grants for security in schools that we can find. And I will be happy to help with that and to search for that if the board is open to have cameras and security for our students. In a different matter, I also wanna, we're gonna approve a lot of different changes in our policies tonight. And so that gave me the idea to propose a policy. Well, not to propose, to add language to a policy. As Ms. Karina Robles said, there has been serious, I don't wanna call it incidents. Well, there has one, and issues where we have had the police officers in our schools twice a week now, and at least the rest of the 2 weeks at Willow and Sims. And so I think that's a very important matter to always think about. And I think it would be nice to have morning assemblies like back in the days, 2 weeks ago. So, and I mean outside, not like in the inside of the school, inside of the classrooms, but it would be nice to have assemblies and to talk to students about, regular things, what's right from wrong, stuff like that. And, but also, I think it's important to address and to add to a policy, which is 2110, which is superintendent responsibilities and duties. I think to this policy, it should be added this language: the superintendent shall provide prompt notification to all board members regarding any incident or urgent matter in which a student might be at risk, so the board can collaboratively determine an appropriate course of action. So I hope the board can consider that, and we can add that later on, or in the next board meeting. And to end, well, I want to share a notice. And this is a notice of no confidence and demand for a legal audit. A formal notice of no confidence in Joseph Sanchez, our counsel, from Best and Krieger LLP, and request a forensic audit. Tonight, I'm formally placing on the record my lack of confidence in the legal services currently being provided to our district. A review of district records show that legal counsel Joseph Sanchez has used incorrect laws to guide district actions. Most recently, statutes governing building leases were cited to justify a workplace investigation. I formally dispute whether this investigation was properly authorized or legally grounded, as it appears to have been built upon an inapplicable legal foundation, using laws that do not apply, create
Can we have legal
significant
guidance, please?
What?
We need legal guidance on your comments.
I haven't finished.
This isn't on the agenda, and.
No, this is my
the investigation
public
referred to
comment.
is about you, and there's a conflict of
No,
interest that you
I'm
have.
not mentioning the investigation. And this is my public comment, and this is my right to speak as my First Amendment. Yes, it is. It's not?
Under the Brown Act, this particular time is specifically for board members to give comments about their activity. It's not really intended to talk about other issues that aren't on the agenda.
So where can I?
Unless it's a closed session, I would say let her talk.
I'm just saying, to the extent that you try to bring up a confidential investigation, that should not be brought up.
Am I bringing a specific investigation? Am I bringing any specific investigation that I mentioned
You're
that?
talking about an expenditure for an investigation, yes.
Which one do you want to say? You can mention what investigation. I'm not mentioning what investigation is this. Can I continue then? I will not mention the investigation of that. It's better for you.
Oh, it's better for everyone that you don't talk closed session, but yeah, continue.
Then when should I talk about?
Closed session? Never. You're not allowed to talk closed session.
I'm not talking closed session.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You're-
This is totally new.
Okay, well, then continue. Proceed.
Thank you. I appreciate not blocking my freedom of speech. As a trustee elected in November 2024, I have a fiduciary duty to safeguard taxpayer dollars. There is currently a system failure in financial transparency regarding legal expenditures. I have repeatedly requested detailed billing statement and supporting documentation and have not consistently received them. Legal advice is often delivered verbally without written follow-up, limiting the district ability to maintain proper records. Additionally, when I have asked for clarification on district matters, I have been told to find a lawyer. That response is inappropriate in a governance setting and does not reflect the professional relationship this board should expect from its council. My lack of confidence is also informed by the 2018 FC Math Extraordinary Audit, which found sufficient evidence that fraud, misappropriation of funds, or other illegal fiscal activities may have occurred within this district. The audit documented that high-level administrators routinely bypass controls and circumvented procedures. It identified over $323,000 in potential overpayments to the former superintendent and deputy superintendent. It also noted inconsistency between the board members what the board members were told in meetings and the final contract versions presented. Given that history, strict legal accuracy and fiscal oversight are essential. Therefore, I demand two actions. First, a board review of the contract with Mr. Sanchez and Best and Krieger LLP. And second, a forensic audit of all legal expenditures from every law firm used by district from 2018 to the present, aside to the FC map that will be presented. As both a mother with children in the district and as a sworn trustee, I cannot accept continued legal and financial uncertainty. Our obligation is to ensure transparency, compliance with state law, and protection of public funds. Thank you.
Mr. Antonio Martinez.
Thank you, Madam President. A couple of things, friends. First of all, I want to thank you all of you for having us here today at Sunset. I really want to give a very special thank you to everyone who's here. We're going to be voting on some of the hard issues today. I think the most important thing is our goal, at least I'm going to speak for myself as a board member, is to ensure that every job is safe. So this is the preliminary format of what we need to do in terms of the process of balancing our budget. We have the May revise, which is coming up. And then we're gonna think of creative ways to make sure that everyone saves their time. So I'm gonna work very hard behind the scenes to make sure that everyone's whole at the end of the day. And I think most importantly, I wanna work with the leadership of both unions, both classified and certificated, and our admin team to ensure that every person is protected and that we move forward. I do want to let everybody know that I think when it comes down to it, I know the other districts are not taking those precautions, so I'm really happy that Mr. Borges and Maryland were able to come up with some creative solutions on our budget, just because I feel that could have been a lot worse, and in other districts it's a lot worse. So I just want to say that's going to be the process moving forward. I do want everyone to know, and I think everyone has my cell phone in terms of the staff. If y'all have any questions, you always feel free to call me, and we'll always have time to meet to ensure that we're, at the end of the day, we're balancing our budget, but that we're also saving on the job. So I just want to say thank you to, again, our admin team for moving forward and coming up with creative solutions. That's one. Second, I'm really excited for some upcoming school activities, particularly spelling bee that's coming up. I'll be there on the 25th. And then lastly, I know we have on the agenda a renaming hearing. I've been asking this for a little bit of a while, like over a couple of years now, but if there's a process that we can get started. For those of you who know, Joe Balboa was a teacher for many years here in the school district. And I was initially thinking that similar to how we renamed the library for Willow, we can do the same for him in the soccer field or in the football field at Sims to rename it in his honor, just because I think it's appropriate. I think out of the tens of thousands of students that he taught and he mentored, I think it'd be appropriate. So that's just my thought. I know there's a process to do it, so let's see how we can get that going. And that's it from my end.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez.
Firstly, I want to thank everybody for being here, parents, community members, all of the above. I know it's difficult to be out here on a weeknight, and I appreciate your commitment to coming out here for this process. I also want to thank Sunset for having us here. It's always nice to be able to rotate throughout the district and to see the different facilities, see the different folks who are here. It's always a great treat. I also want to thank SYA, CSE, for engaging in these negotiations with us. As you all know, we're going through a difficult time, as other districts are. I would argue throughout the entire state of California, and probably far beyond. And so, you know, I'm going to second my colleague here, Mr. Antonio Martinez. We're working diligently to try to save every job. That is, I think layoffs are our absolute last priority. We want to be in a place where we're certifying a positive budget and we're saving as many jobs as possible. And so I'm going to put myself in the same category as you. You have my commitment to work as closely as possible with leadership to get to the right answer. I also want to thank Mr. Borges, Ms. Adrianson, and Mr. Sanchez for being a part of that conversation. And really, I think, you know, being creative thinkers. I'm not sure that other districts are trying to find solutions in the same way that we are. I know other colleagues from other districts, and they are not in the same category that we are. So one, I'm proud to say that I'm a San Ysidro resident. Two, I'm proud to say that I belong to this community and I'm here with you And we're gonna get to the right answer together, unified.
Thank you. Zenaida, sorry.
It's really great to see so many of you. Happy pre-Valentine's, Dia de la Amistad and friendships and those of us who have been in this community for so many years and those of you who have joined our communities, just recently, you know that we are the heart and the first city that welcomes everyone to California. And so I find that we're very unique in that, and we all have very, very great stories to tell about everyone who has ever worked and dedicated their time, their visions to this community. I want to welcome Grace Kojima's family. You're always going to be dear to our hearts, and thank you for coming to our meeting, and everybody who is here. I know after a long day, I think the kids are mistaking all the hot days in the last few weeks for spring fever. And so I see it with my own little 8-year-old grandchild, like he thinks it's already time to act up. So just patience. I just think that patience takes us very far, and that's what's so important and what makes us so unique. That being a small school district, we really truly can give the love to our children that they deserve, the kindness and the education that they deserve by far. This has been a very difficult time in terms of federal funding, and when I did a research this past week, I found so many school districts in dire, budgets in the millions of over 30 millions, and I just sit and wonder how they're ever going to balance and all the layoffs that are going to truly affect their schools. Our layoffs are a lot, our possible layoffs are a lot for our small district. But what is very unique about our district is we have a team that is not sitting down and just saying, we're gonna lay off because this is the way it is. 4.8 million that we have to cut back is not by any reason or fault of any human being, anybody in this district. It has to do with this economy, the times that we're living, and if you're going to ignore that truth, then we're never going to be able to see that there is a future, but we have to be patient. We know that we have lost enrollment by 600, that's a whole school. Had Bayer been standing today, we probably would be voting on closing that school because 600 students is one whole campus. For most of my years working, especially I remember at this school, we always had more than 700 kids per school. Lots of kids. And data is showing that more parents are thinking about not having more than one kid and 2 kids. So it's just a different time and place, and families are not growing like many of us maybe came from families where there are more than 6 or 7 siblings. And that really changes the formula. And I know our children are not formula, but we know that the only way schools survive is by funding, by the attendance, by children coming to school. Our school has one unique program that really makes our kids want to stay in San Ysidro. It's the great teachers and the staff, support staff, of course. The administration, the day after day, work together, collaborating to find ways to make our program stronger through trainings, through leadership. And we have, for example, the sci-fi program that has been exceptional for years with some of the most exceptional educators from our district. And it's not an easy task to teach such a difficult, complex subject and make it so much fun that kids are in turn thinking for future careers in the sciences. It takes a lot of time and planning. And the teachers that have committed to this program, by all means, have committed to the children of our community for the rest of their career and training other educators. People are looking at our district and how did you do that and how are you doing it? How can we replicate a program where children truly love to come to school and learn? And the icing on the cake, because the cake is in our classrooms, the instruction that is going on is truly delivered from the heart. And I know that because teachers can't just be in the classroom and say, I want to teach. There's in-depth, ongoing training. There are no longer life credentials, which means that no teacher can sit back and say, I never have to go back to school to learn. You are always learning. Even I'm still learning. I love to pick up books and talk about recent research and how it impacts schools and how it impacts children, and having children go to school without fear. Our schools are safe. We have never denied cameras in the front offices, and we have them in hallways. What we denied were body cameras, which is what was requested time and time again, and cameras in the classroom, which were requested time and time again. That's what we were against. So putting words in our mouths is not fair at all. The renovations of schools, especially this one, I worked in the old one that was falling apart. It was so old that even when they renovated, it still looked old. So then the community said, okay, you made it look better, maybe from the outside, but the school is still old. So it was demolished. And this was the product, but it was from bond money. Bond money is very different than federal funding, and funding that is provided for children to learn. So we have to, our community needs to understand that money taxpayers are investing back into their communities. Who doesn't want to have a pretty school? We do. Kids like to go to schools that look nice, not falling apart with mold, pieces of wood that are crumbling with termites. I mean, that's a great science lesson there, but that's not how we want to teach science. So in understanding our school district is growing in terms of our buildings are now becoming to what our children truly deserve. We as employees of this district, educators, all support staff, all community members, we deserve these beautiful schools because there are beautiful people in them doing great work for our community. So I really have to thank this community, the taxpayers, for investing. There's nothing better than reinvesting into your community. And the only way schools get better is by your involvement in a positive manner, working together. So I just have to say that because when I see our schools, we're driving by, our community is nice. And I'm proud of it. And I've always been proud of it. I will never deny where I taught, and I will never deny my community service to a place where now I've lived more than where I grew up in East Los Angeles. So as a board member, I am always happy when I get special phone calls. Hey, do you have time to come and greet the padres? Because they're going to come and celebrate children who have attended school. Perfect attendance. I couldn't believe the faces of the kids when they saw that these walked in, the owners, CEO, the Padres, many of the others, and I know they probably say, gosh, that's no fair, everybody knows that these and hot on us, but they knew they were very, very welcomed and everybody was happy. To see that joy and that child say, I'm so special that the Padres even came to visit us. And we in turn told them, it's okay if you didn't win the World Series, there's always next year. So when we look at our budget, it's okay if we're going through a tough time, because together we're going to have better times. I mean, when we had all this money flowing everywhere, but it was a bad time in the world. COVID was not something that we all wanted to live through. And those of us that survived it, we're the lucky ones. And we're the lucky ones because that means we have a mission. And our mission is not to create problems and chaos, Our mission is to work and serve a community that has entrusted in us to support the school district in the best manner that we can. So when I think about just one program, because there's many individuals who make this school district the special place that it is, with lots of homegrown teachers, by the way, is a program like the sci-fi. So I know that we're going to potentially, probably, maybe lay off some people, but I want everybody to know that Governor Newsom has presented just a beginning proposal for the funding for this following year. It's updated as we go throughout the year. Unfortunately, the fiscal year, and you'll have more of that in Marilyn's presentation, doesn't start until June. So this is where patience comes in. We have to be patient and wait and hope that the numbers are going to be just magical so that everybody on that possible list can be saved. Because that's just the way it works. The school runs through funding. And if we don't have a country that supports and validates the importance of education, and when I'm talking about the political environment in the world we're living in today, then we have a lot of roadblocks that we're going to have to jump over. But that doesn't mean that's going to stop us here from doing what's right for children. And I hope my words are not twisted or changed in ways that I did not speak them. Because I truly speak from the experience that I have committed to this district for now over 46 years. I can't believe it's been 6 years since I retired. People say time flies, it truly does fly. But as long as I have health and energy and a commitment to this community, I will serve it to the best of my ability. And everybody who knows me knows that when I say something, I walk the talk. And I'm never fearful of people being confrontational in negative manners, because you guys have no idea what I've gone through and I survived. Except those of you who've been here 40 plus years. I was so impressed with the spellers that I was able to hear spell out some of the most difficult French words. And you know, in spelling bees, they go all across the world, the continent. It's not just going to be, you know, English words. We know our language is derived from languages from all over the world. So that is truly something very admirable, the study. And so I look forward to being at the district level and having some of our reps go spell at the district county office of ed. Summer Stephan gave a great presentation to the community. There are many topics that we need to continue having these forums in collaboration with the San Ysidro Community Collaborative. Thank you so much, because of your organization is why we have these powerful individuals with experience to truly come and talk to our community. The dangers are out there, right in our backyards, and not because this is a community that sells or this is everywhere, in rich communities and poor communities. But knowledge is power. The more our children know about these dangers, the more aware and question they're going to question when somebody tries to say, hey, you want a Tic Tac, when it's not. So these forums are very powerful, and I'm really grateful that we have the support of Summer Stephan and her whole team. They were phenomenal. So just in closing, I just want to, go back to the word hope. If we don't live by hope, then what hope, what is tomorrow going to offer us if we ourselves can't say, we hope for a better day? I remember my students sometimes would have just a hard day, 5-year-olds, they have it tougher than everybody sitting here. And sometimes they just leave so devastated, and I say, tomorrow's a new day. And just by saying that to them, because I meant it wasn't just to say it, they knew that they have a chance to start all over again. And we start from zero. So tomorrow's a new day. And we have an opportunity to look at this budget as a challenge, and let's move forward with all the work that everybody is doing in collaboration with both unions. You guys are dynamite to work together, and we can avoid what we're seeing in northern cities, strikes. We know what that's like. We've been there, we've done that. It's not good for anyone. So we thank everybody, and we're going to work together and just keep our fingers crossed that June brings us some funding where we can just look at all this and tear it up and say, not this year, and really truly say, we worked hard, but it pays off. Hard work always pays off. I want to give a shout out. We have some colleagues who are very, very sick. And especially, I'm going to say it because she said she would do the impossible to get on her phone to watch our board meeting. Veronica, we're all praying for you, and you're in our hearts, and we love you so much, and all the work that you do. And you tell those people in that hospital to treat you like you deserve. You are one of our queens here in San Ysidro. I want to thank Laura English. I think you're here, right? This is now your school. The baton's been passed over to you. Thank you for hosting us, and just our team. Thank you, Mr. Bohorquez. And Joey, I have never met such a damn great lawyer. So if I have the opportunity to choose another career, I want to be a lawyer my next life. Thank you for everything you've done in this district, because I also lived through the lawyers, and all they did was steal our money. You are truly our hero in our district. You truly take care of us, the best interests of this district, truly for the people who are committed and for the children. Because in the end, if we're not thinking about the children, then maybe we should not be thinking all the other stuff we're thinking. How to destroy a district is not what we're here for. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't want to be long, I'm going to be brief, but I do want to thank the community education group that were able to bring Summer Stepan was very, it was Tuesday at Ocean View Hills. I wish there was more parents that had gone, but I know that the parents were there were also, even some of the information they gave us was really helped. They really were very formal, but at the same time, they brought a lot of knowledge to our community, and I think I was told that maybe they will be going to other schools. They're gonna have a schedule and they're gonna be visiting, and I came to Sunset 2 years ago when they came here. And a lot of the parents weren't aware of all these drugs that are out there, and they explained to us what it was, and I think I felt that some of the parents who were here were really astonished at what they could learn from it, from seeing what the kids, now with the new technology, social media, that's another thing that they brought up, that you need to know what your kid is using, how he's using it, and it's your obligation to watch that, and I think it's very important. But I think that was a good, thank you for the committee, the organization that brought it to us. And they also bring the SIPA, the Fleet Center, which was a big one last year, huge, and I know they're gonna try it again. So these are things that our community loves and encourages, and our children, to see their faces when they see the activities that's brought on by the Fleet Center and from all the organizations that also provide. So I wanna say thank you to them, and I wanna say thank you for Ms. English for hosting us. And also it brought back a lot of, every time I look up there, Abuelita's cafeteria. I went to the school, but don't ask me my age, but I did go to school here. And when I saw the rebuilt new one, I told my brothers and sisters, because we all came here, I told them, you gotta come for the opening of the new school. It was a very nice, but Mrs. Hernandez was Abuelita. And I just thought of her today, Mr. Burciaga. I thought, man, there should be a day where we can celebrate her day, that maybe we did make that dedication of her here. She has brought back a lot of good memories of people who lived here and were involved in the schools and were parents, grandparents. It's a very good memories of the school I have here. But I also think of what people say about cameras and all that. Yes, there is a need for cameras, But by law, they can only be in certain places. The other thing is, they are costly, but we're trying. But the bonds that we have passed is because of our communities. There are voters and voted on it. And a lot of our communities, I walked them, and they were very grateful for that. We thought of those bonds back in, what, 2020? And because of them, we were able to do some, repairing and bringing up some of the actually playgrounds and things that we didn't have. But now, these new bonds, it's exciting to see how middle school is going to be built and what's going to bring in. I know the classrooms, boy, I'm glad they are being rebuilt, they're needed. But also these bonds are a very blessing to our community, that these people did know and did care that the school be, actually enhanced and more better, classrooms, even, programs, science and all that has to be involved in this. But also, I wanted to say, I want to thank our staff because they've gone through a lot, and I know we need to continue, and I know that we can work together. But I want to thank the CSDA and SYSD because it's not easy to accept what we have proposed and what we look for. But also, we're trying to keep it to not be able to release everybody, but to find this. And I want to thank Marilyn and Mr. Borges for their input and their actually eagle eye to see and find ways that we can bring these people back. So like Zenaida said, it takes time and it takes patience. But we do care because we know it affects our classrooms, our children. So that's one thing that I want you to understand. And I think it feels good to see that you have worked with our lawyers and with management in working over this budget and understanding it and accepting it now, but we're still gonna continue and working in that. And I think it's very important because we do need the sci-fi, we need the staff, classified also. We know the need, we know what you do, and sometimes you do more than that. But we wanna thank you for understanding that. And working together is how we make our district stronger. Working with each other, understanding each other, and supporting each other. Also, I want to thank Dr. Glover, who has assisted us. And it's not easy, I know, for him, but he's a gem at doing it. Got the ideas and he's supportive, and it helps us. And I want to thank you for the hours you spent with us and been with us, and will continue. And I want to say also, I want to thank our board members. It's not easy to be a board member. And I know that a lot of us, some of us have been here a long time, but we've been here not for the money, because we care about our community. And we want to hear, we want to understand, and we want to try to help each other the way we should as a community. And a long time ago, there was a superintendent, Mr. Robert Hogan. He's the one that made this district family. He always said that we are a family. I'm here to help and listen, and my door is always open. And I always remember that. He used to always say, we are a family. Ysidro School District. And I remember we went to county office meetings, and he said that at the county office, Ysidro, we're a family. We're here to work together. So I think that has stayed here, and maybe he planted a seed here, and it's grown to bring us that. So I want to thank everybody because it's not easy, especially more in these times. You know, it's not easy, and I know that our children are facing a lot of problems mentally and socially. And I've been an advocate for psychiatrists and for social workers, for special ed, as always. But now it's going to be even harder because of the funding that's state and federal. And like I told Summer Stefan Tuesday, I wish you could help us in making these legislatures, these people who run for governors or for assembly people and all that, they contribute to a lot of these suspensories that have caused a lot of problems with marijuana. And I go, you know, now you're saying that it's been a problem for many years, but I wish you could make some or push something in the government that would change that. that they need to realize it because these people are candidates that are running for different offices, contribute to them money. And then when that makes sense, you put it to the list, and there's all kinds of dispensaries everywhere, you know, and I think, you know, that's really harming our kids, even though they say you have to prove that you have a doctorate or something. It's not that way. Even I see them when they're, a homeless goes up and they pay them to go get something and he gives it to them. And I think, you know, it's continuing to grow. But I think that's something we need to look at, and I know it's hard, but my heart is still in bringing more help to our children. Because they are suffering, a lot of homeless, a lot of mental and physical illness. So thank you all that have been empowered with having the language and working together and bringing what we've been able to do. But we still have 2 more schools that have permanent people there. So anyway, I want to thank the board for working together and understanding. And I know that we have different issues, but we're here to work together to represent our community, our children. And that's from the bottom of my heart. I'm not perfect, but we can work together. And I pray to God that we can continue to work together and respect each other and bring more issues and more, not issues, bring more programs forward. So anyway, thank you very much. And now, Mr. Corpus, it's your turn.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanna say thank you for the San Ysidro Education Collaborative for all the work that you guys have done in collaboration over the years and for setting up and working to bring the summer stipend to our district. It was a great event. A lot of important information was provided, which at the end, it saves the lives of our children. Also, I want to thank SYA and CSEA for meeting with cabinet and going over the tough decisions of the reductions that are coming up, but also proposals for diminishing that, for working and resolving those issues and being able to not have our family or staff lose their livelihood. So there's a lot of work to be done. Decisions need to be made, but we have until May. A lot of things can happen, and I'm looking, you know, very positive that we're gonna be able to come up with some solutions that will diminish that. I also wanna congratulate, is Mr. Bandy here? Mr. Bandy, how about Ms. Mesa? Ms. Mesa's not here, probably taking her doctor class right now. But congratulations to both schools for being recognized corporate stars at schools. And it's gonna also, there's 2 organizations, the Diego County School Boards Association and Association of California School Administrators, that every year they have a wonderful event to recognize people from Region 18, which is Ysidro County, San Diego County, districts and schools. And I'm happy to announce this, we are again, for our 2nd year in a row, 2 or a staff being recognized. First one, let me, congratulations to Ms. Zenaida Rosario, San Ysidro School District. The second one that was already shaking his head, and when I'm here, I'd like to call him Mr. Sunset. Personal Human Resources, Efrain Burciaga. You know, right? I want to thank Ms. Davis for your offer of support. I'm happy to report that there was an award that was grant that was finalized today. By, you know, by the hard work of Dr. Iniguez of $500,000 for emergency communication systems for our school. And Ms. Davis. Like Ms. Lopez mentioned, I mean, there's some renewable bonds, there's some monies, the decision needs to be made, and our board, for sure, will consider cameras and other needs in our district. So we need to keep the hope. 30 years in the district has shown me that San Ysidro School District move forward. And as a team, I want to send thanks to the team of administrators and support staff that every year, every day, through the week, even on Saturdays and Sundays, you guys take my calls. Thank you for working so hard for our district, our community, and our children. Thank you.
We're on conferences, session, reports, and presentation. I would like to call Maria C. Carney, the leader to provide us with the mid-year local accountability plan. Okay.
Miss Marilyn. Let me get you a chair.
Thank you.
Sit right there. I like your bun. Thank you. Good evening, Board President Lopez, Acting Superintendent, Mr. Bojorquez, and board members. I want you to see how big this presentation is, and I still have to wear my glasses. So, oh, me too. Yes.
Isn't Connie great? I love Connie.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Porque si no, no veo. Okay.
I thought you were talking about the thickness of it.
No, look. Oh. So today it is a requirement for the state for us to present a mid-year LCAP. This is the second year they have this requirement, and I'm assuming they're gonna have it from here moving forward. We have to present a mid-year LCAP update to our board. So, hold on. Glasses, but. So the requirements for this annual presentation is that we report on the LCAP, we report on LCFF budget, all available mid-year outcome data and mid-year expenditures and implementation data. Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. I have control. Hold on, hold on, hold on. There we go. Hold on. Control. So first of all, those of you that have been to my presentations at school sites and at our meetings, I want to thank the parents that have gone through a lot of the goals. And really, we took a deep dive and we're taking notes as we're going along. And I want to explain what is the LCAP. The LCAP is a tool. It's a tool for local agencies, educational agencies, to set district level plans that describe our goals, our actions, and our services, and leverage resources to meet our goals. It is written to improve and support positive student outcomes. It is our district's opportunity to share our story, right? To share our how, what, and why programs and services are selected to meet our needs at our district. So here's an update on the budget overview for parents. So I'm going to hand it over to our budget person. Ms. Adrianson.
Thank you.
My goodness.
So every program is tied to money, as we all know. We start with the budget overview for parents, which provides,
That's a little typo, right?
yeah, that's a typo. It should be 25, 26.
Yeah, it should be 25, 26 up here
Yes.
in the title.
Missed that.
Apologize.
Yes, and the header, where it says projected general fund revenue, 25, 26 adopted budget versus the 25, 26 first interim budget. So you can see the comparison, the total LCFF local control funding formula at 58.2 million at adopted budget, and at first interim, 58.8 million. LCFF is our primary funding source. It includes a base grant and a supplemental concentration grant. The supplemental concentration grant is based on the enrollment of high-need students. So that's the foster youth, English learners, and low-income students. You can see it's broken out there, the LCFF supplemental concentration at adopted budget 15.1 million, and at first interim a little bit under 15 million. These two amounts are already included in the total LCFF line. All federal funds, which includes all title programs 1, 2, 3, 4,
federal special ed grant, and adopted budget 2.45 million, and at first interim for about 4.4 million. All other state funds such as ELOP, the Learning Recovery Block Grant, et cetera, is 11.6 million, and that first interim 13.2 million. And then all local funds, which includes the special education allocation, the CalShape grant, and other local grants at adopted budget 4.5 million, and at first interim 4.6 million. So if you compare the two columns, the green and the blue, at adopted budget 76.8 million, and at first interim 81 million.
Thank you, Marilyn. Okay, Sadie Johnson. So our first goal is our academics, our student success. We elevate our students through evidence-based educational strategies. This year, we're focusing on our English learners, and we did last year, we're in differentiated assistance for our long-term English learners. So we're doing a lot of professional development this year around English learners, dual language, and supporting that English proficiency. And of course, accelerating their learning. The California dashboard this year was released a little bit earlier than last year, so we were able to see the scores and discuss not just with our management team and our principals, but also with our teachers and staff, so they are aware how we are doing in our dashboard. So if you look at English language arts, we are in the yellow. That means we increased by 6 points from last year. So if you look at, did I touch something? Oh, I stopped. Was that me? Sorry. Okay. So if you look in the little scale, the little table I provided below, we are looking at percentage of students that met or exceeded the standards in ELA. SYSD had a 37.8%, and our neighboring districts, South Bay had 35.04% of students that met or exceeded standards. And National had a percentage of 33.84%. So a big shout out to our district that really outshined our local districts here with a 37.8%. In math, we also increased by 6.2 points, but percentage of students that met or exceeded standards were at 28.28%. South Bay was at 23.36%, and National was at 27.9%. So another big shout out for our students that really, they did really well in math and ELA as well. So the LP is the English Learner Progress Indicator, and we increased by 6.7%. This is a huge leap, and we are in green. So our students in San Ysidro that are making progress are almost at 50%, 49.6%, and South Bay, they are at 39.1%, and National is at 50.5%. So these are some local measures. Those are things that we measure here in our district. From 2024, these are unit 1s and 2, 2024, 2025, 26. Only unit 1 and 2 because those are the only 2 units that we have tested so far. I think we're in the process of testing unit 3. The difference from those units in kinder through 2nd grade, we increased it by 3% at the same time last year. And our goal for the end of the year is 89%. You can see we're a little off. So as we're writing the LCAP, we need to make sure that we align these percentages so if they're attainable. We don't want to put goals that we according to these percentages we can't attain. So we want to make sure that we align those percentages as well. So our English learners in K through 2nd grade went up 5% from this point last year. Students with disabilities, they stayed the same from the same point, unit 1 and 2 from last year. Our goal, like I said, are in the 80s. So as we're writing our LCAP for next year, we want to make sure that we measure those. equal those goals. We're between 5 or 10% of that goal. Our 3rd through 8th grade students, we were at 50%, 51% last year. We're at 50% this year. So we went down a percentage, but we're still within that goal. English learners, last year we're at 33%. This year we're at 32%. We're still within that goal. We are less 1%, but we're still within that goal. And our students with disabilities were at 29% last year and remain at 29% this year. So we are right there with that goal from last year. So right now, our department, our Ed Services department, along with our resource teachers and our director, we are working on, and our special ed department, we're working on updating our district benchmark assessments for next year so we can closely align them to what we're gonna see in our dashboard, our CAS scores. So that's our project that we have been working on for this year, and we'll have that hopefully by the end of this year. Not hopefully, we will have that by the end of this year. So math, the same thing. We took unit 1 and 2 from last year and unit 1, 2 up to date. We went up 5% from students K through 2nd grade, and our goal is a little bit more attainable. We're at 89%. That's what we goaled for the end of the year. Our English learners were at 73 last year and went up to 79. Our students with disabilities last year were at 66, but they went down by 1% to 65, but they're still within that range, right? So all our 3rd through 8th grade students, and these are the students that take the CASP. So this is why we're trying to align our tests to make sure that these scores reflect what we're gonna see in the CASP. Last year we had 51%, and this year we went down to 44%. So we're a little off the range between that 5 and 10, but we're still within the range because they do predict 5 to 10% is within that range. Our English learners were at 33% last year. They were at 31, so -2%. We're still within the range. And our students with disabilities were at 29% last year and are 24% this year for only units 1 and 2. So we are at -5% for math.
Thank you.
And real quick, Connie, because I think maybe just for the public and those listening, these numbers, they're based off a test, correct?
Correct.
And that test is a week-long process, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and it's usually at the end of the year?
No, these tests are every 6 to 8 weeks.
Okay. So and the reason I bring it up is because I think this is something where eventually as a country we'll move on in terms of how we judge a person's education and their academic skills, because the reality is the circumstances of tests, of basing our score off a test are unique for 2 communities.
Correct.
Because our kids have bigger obstacles, larger obstacles, than say a kid from La Jolla, for example. It's difficult to come in and take a test knowing that you're hungry, knowing that you have home instability, knowing that you have a situation here that, other obstacles that hinder, in my opinion, their learning aspect of the day-to-day. Now, and I always make a comparison, when a child comes home, does their homework, has a parent to be there to do their homework, has a PlayStation 5, is able to have fun doing that, is able to have weekend activities, that child is going to be, so it's different than a child, for example, that's living in the back of their car, or in grandma's garage, or all packed in with their tios and tias in the apartments close to Willow School. So the reality is that, and I say this because I know that a lot of people, especially people that are very ignorant on the outside, they look at this and think, oh, well, you guys went, down 5 points. The reality is that sure, but the reality is that there are circumstances there that are beyond a lot of our control. And if it's not for certain individuals that are also doing their part, it could be a lot worse. And I'm saying your work, Connie, Beto's work, for example,
right,
that have to make the connection with social service programs. So I want to bring it to everyone's attention because I've never been a fan of grading a child based off of a week-long test. When in reality, it's the day-to-day that matters the most.
I agree.
And, I want to make another comment. I know that these tests, when you look at the younger grades, children are learning to read. And across the state of California, most likely the nation, at these grade levels, TK, and it's, now we're gonna be including TK, I'm sure, some form of assessments. Through second grade, there's that opportunity of testing a child one-on-one, which is very different when they get older. Now they're reading to learn, and so they're expected to, you know, maybe do these tests on a time schedule, and that sometimes may not be reflected on their answer. They may have gotten nervous, and so we have to put that into, you know, to look at that and say, oh, this, you know, we really are doing great when you look at the scores and how much they have improved. And these tests are not easy.
No.
As teaching the kindergarten, their benchmark was 200 words that they had to learn by high frequency words. That's just alone that. And like you say, 6 times a year, plus the state standardized test for most kids. So I congratulate not just the fact that we have a really strong program that we adopted, but the ongoing training that continues and the resource teachers and in your department who work to continue supporting the teachers and sitting down with the DRA, with the principals, looking at data, which is another huge benefit of having a sci-fi program. They give an opportunity for data reflection. Sorry, my hands are some next slide, but it's critical. So thank you for all your work, and this says so much about our students, and what it says is we have so much potential, and if we just believe in them always, all the time, this is what's going to happen. They're going to learn. They're going to want to continue learning.
That is correct. That is correct.
Thank you. And yeah, and a lot of most of the title programs fund the professional development
Correct.
that happens district-wide.
Yes.
So it's so important for that funding. So we went ahead and pulled some actions for goal 1. This is just a snippet of goal 1 actions. I think there's almost 15 actions?
There's about 16 actions.
16 actions. So the first line, the first line is curriculum, instruction, and data-driven system. It's the majority of our budget, and it includes teachers, support staff, office staff, at estimated actuals at first interim, 41.6 million. The next line, small group instruction support, and this is primarily paraprofessionals, at first interim, 4.2 million. And then the very last line is our dual language program at 4.5 million.
We're moving on to our goal number 2, which is school culture, climate, and student well-being. And here we talk about just attendance, we talk about student safety and welcoming environments, social and emotional, and our students are thriving. This year for our California dashboard, we were identified for differentiated assistance for chronic absenteeism, and our students with disabilities and our unhoused youth were students that we need to watch. So these are our student attendance up to date. We have La Mirada with an average of 92.87. We have Ocean View Hills at 95.59. Sorry, I want to make sure I give you correct numbers. We have Smythe at 91.22%. We have Sunset at 92.34%. We have San Ysidro Middle School at 90.56%. We have Vista Del Mar at 94.62%. We have Willow at 91.05% and a district average of 92.62%. So a big shout out to all our schools that are at 90 or and above. So that's a great accomplishment. Because last year we had some in the 80s. So great work, all our OCs and our parents and our teachers and our staff. Thank you. So the California dashboard looks a little bit different this year. It's going back. I don't touch it. Okay, our California dashboard looks a little bit different this year, and it gives us, several years of us looking at chronic absenteeism and suspension rate, which is part of like what I'd like to call our little report card for our schools in our district. The suspension rate in 2019 was at 3.6. And 2022 was at 2.5, 2023 at 3. 2024 went up a little at 3.1, and right now we are at the lowest of those 5 years at 2.3%. Congratulations. Our chronic absenteeism, this was right before COVID in 2019, yeah, it was right before COVID. It was at 10.1% right before COVID. So we didn't track it for 2 years. So then the following year that it was tracked was in 2022, and when it went up to 28.1%. And 2023 went up even further to 32.2%. And then we're starting to see some declining. Last year, we were at 28.1%. I mean, the year before, we were at 2024, we were at 28.1%, and last year, we were at 28.7%. So hopefully we continue to decline our chronic absenteeism. So this is a great program that has been implemented now for quite some time, and we really value this information, and we look at it, our psychologists, our teachers, our principals, our staff. We're really monitoring our students and where they are in terms of social emotional. This is our universal screener. They take it 3 times a year, one in the fall, one in winter, and one in spring. So last year we had 82 students at the very highest tier. This year we have 75 students at the highest tier. Last year around this time, we had 24%, which is 594 students in the second tier. And this year we have a little bit more of the second tier, 602. But it's still, they're getting support, and they're doing better, they're doing well. In tier 1, this is all our students that are learning to cope with their feelings and are able to, articulate. We have 1,966, or 73%. And this year we have 74% of our students in tier 1, which is a good thing. We have 1,928 students in tier 1. So kudos to our principals and our psychologists and all our social workers and counselors that are supporting our staff and our students to really, help our students feel safe at school.
Ms. Connie, can I ask something about that?
Yes, ma'am.
So there is a form, right, to opt out for parents
Yes.
for the My Saviors? And what's the procedure when a parent do opt out?
When a parent does opt out?
Yes, who receives the form, who processes it? So everybody who will do the test is where
The school receives the form, and then the teacher is notified.
Is that what's on?
And then the teacher is notified that has the student in their class.
Okay, the teacher, and so the teacher needs to let the person who makes My Saviors test know? Or is it the teacher who also?
The teacher is the one who administers the test in the classroom, yes.
Okay.
It's on an online program, Ms. Peraza.
Yes,
Mhm.
yes, I'm aware.
And for your information, Ms. Peraza, during a management meeting, all management received their policies with regards to opt-out. And I asked them to review their procedures to make sure that parents' requests were granted and make sure that happened. So the policies that was advised that were received.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that.
So we pulled a few actions for goal number 2. The first one is the attendance initiative support. This represents the outreach consultants to help implement attendance initiatives. At first interim, $620,000. That's included in the LCAP. The mental health support, this represents the social workers, $390,500 at first interim. The tiered systems of support, which is a program implemented throughout the school day, throughout the teacher school day, and we estimate 951,000 included in the LCAP, and the educational services support, which is the before and after school ELOP and ACES programs, and the Pathways Enrichment Program, $7.6 million.
Thank you, Ms. Arias. So our last goal is our parent engagement. And all of this could not be possible without our parents and their voice. So these are a couple of metrics that we have so far. Our baseline in 2023-24, we had 3 school community events, which have military families, our McKinney-Vento, and our STEM fair. Right now, we have had our resource fair, our military family training, we've had a STEM fair, we have our back to school night, and right now all our open houses are happening. So all that data is being collected. All our Title I parent meetings, that's also being collected to see how many parents attend these events at our school sites. Our STEM fair is scheduled for April 17th. At least that's the only date I've heard of. If there's another date, please correct me. And we're hoping to get more things out there in the community and more events like our this event that we had last night. Ms. Stefan that came to see us, more events like that. And those things I can add in my LCAP as well. Or in the LCAP, my LCAP, in the LCAP.
No.
I have another question. I thought that the LCAP, the third goal for the LCAP was parent engagement and training.
It's part of.
It's part of, okay.
Mhm.
I thought that was the title. What have we done for training for parents?
Right now, I know we have, in the Parent Center, we have Spanish classes that are happening and it is full. There's actually a waiting list. I mean, English classes, I'm sorry, dual language, sorry, brain. Yes, there's English classes and they're happening on Fridays, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. And we also have some courses happening at school sites. Pique, but there's another course that's happening. Yes, that one. Yes, and all of that goes in the LCAP.
Yes.
And Connie, you're also promoting, in addition to that, collaboration I've seen with Southwestern College.
Yes.
Because I've seen the posts that you've been doing that as well. I know that probably is in addition to everything else.
Oh, really, for parents?
Yes, they've been coming out on our website. Ms.
Oh,
Christina
that's
has
right.
posted
Yes,
all of
I
that
remember
information, yes.
Okay, yeah, to that, we still have time left for this school year. So I would love to see trainings for parents, just to show them how, what are the rights, how school works, what is the chain of command and all those things. I think training like that will be nice for parents to know because they don't have a clue how it works.
Thank
Well,
you.
most of them, not
Thank you.
if I can recommend that, thank you.
Yes.
And Connie, also you have collaborations with the San Ysidro Library, right?
Yes.
I know that there's a lot of events that I see.
And the collaborative as well.
And the collaborative, and then the Friends of the San
Yeah.
Ysidro Library. I
The
see a
Women's
lot of-
Club.
A lot of great events happening now.
Yes.
A lot of our kids enjoying these.
Our 25th annual teddy bear, yes, that was. Casa Familiar, yes. And I know Casa Familiar is also working with some of our schools.
Is that free?
Yeah, no, it's through the proposition. Okay. All great comments, thank you. So our goal 3, there's some of the actions and some actuals that would be
Thank you.
2, Ms. Neville.
So for some of the actions for goal 3, we have the parent learning opportunities, learn about the educational system, estimated at first interim $46,700. We have parent and community support, provide parents with opportunities to provide input, $183,000, and our translation support, interpreters to provide translation and interpretation services, $315,825.
Meredith, before we close with budget, do we have a budget committee? For this
Yes.
type of?
Yes, we do. We have a LCAP, DBAG, yeah, District Budget Advisory Committee. DBAG.
DBAC.
Oh. When, do they hold the meetings, for the parents or who's part of this?
We have everyone represented. We have both union groups. We used to have one board member. We have a parent represented, management, most cabinet members.
So there is a parent?
Yes.
And we also discussed the LCAP with our District Parent Advisory Committee, the DPAC. Yes.
Oh.
And that's only parents. And we go through the LCAP action item by action item.
So
And they
they're
give their
part of the
input.
decision,
Yeah.
making budget, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, I didn't know about that.
Yeah.
That committee. Okay.
You're welcome. And I'm also going to all our back to school nights. I created flyers for that. So they are aware what is the District Parent Advisory Committee, and they can, get involved. Because right now we have, we're a small committee, but we have very, very wonderful feedback that they've been giving us on all the action items.
Yeah, I have one to go on.
They've been very, very productive. They've been very productive.
Good, I'm fine.
So this year LCAP, how we're going to develop for next year's LCAP, these are all, I call it the LCAP Roadshow. So we go to every single school site, every single committee. Our survey is ready to go out possibly in a week or two. I think I just received the Spanish translation this afternoon from Miss Elmi. So thank you, Miss Elmi. So that survey is in English and Spanish and should be going out soon. We're gonna put it on the website, make sure, and all these are the dates that we have for all those presentations. And then the LCAP will be presented in a public hearing in June and then adopted in another public hearing in June. Any questions or comments?
I just have one.
Yes.
Just start, just slide number 11. I think in the past I've heard, students survey parents on, we're not gonna get 100% attendance. But, I would like to know why we're not a little higher.
That's a great comment, Mr. Arias. Just so you know, like I mentioned before, we are in differentiated assistance for chronic absenteeism. And one of the things that we are doing is we are conducting empathy interviews, and we're looking at those families that are in the cusp, right? That have between 5 to 9 absences. And we're gonna start a little bit of a campaign. We have 2 of our OCs in that committee that are supporting that work as well, along with some of our principals and our team. And we're meeting once a month, and their homework was to come up with some empathy questions so we can support when we talk to parents, so we can find out the why.
Right, I can say just anecdotally, I've heard from parents who are concerned just because of, the immigration stuff that's going on.
Correct. And that was brought up in the committee.
Right. So, I'd like to just get, more of a concrete through, some empirical data, so particularly survey.
Yes, sir.
So that would, at the end of the district, speak out against some of that. I think that's.
We will send that out.
And just to add, Connie, just because my collaboration with other school districts has allowed me to conclude, because a lot of them are experiencing the worst absenteeism.
Yes.
The reality is they've come up with reasoning why, and a lot of it has to do with the Trump administration overall. And overall what's going on with ICE and the ICE rates. My only concern about doing the survey is that the parents and families know that it's anonymous and it's secure. I
Absolutely.
don't want that data out, the right-wing lunatics out there. So I just want to make sure that we're protecting our families and our children first and foremost.
Understood.
And obviously, if that's the reasoning, then that's beyond our control, at least for the next, hopefully soon, 3 years, 2 years.
And I remember those banners that we used to put in front of our schools that said 2 is too
Too
many.
many,
And
yes.
so the parents would really, when they're waiting and they're watching, reading this, they think, wow, you know, my kids missed 15 days. And that means, you know, it's 180 school days. That's, you're going to school less than, you have half a year vacation.
Right.
When you think that you're on vacation for 185 days, and you think about when I visited Japan, they go to school 230 some days. So that's, you know, very critical when you think about the number of days. And I just want to say a shout out to Sims. Your videos that you put on social media,
Yes.
dynamic, about coming to school and having the kids and the cheerleaders. More of that is really going to get the kids that have perfect attendance for a whole week to come up with the next video and same in all the schools. I think that nothing invites children more to school than they're watching their colleagues. And
Yes.
so I love those videos.
Mhm.
So, thank you.
Yes. Cute.
And Connie can dance too.
No.
Some Bad Bunny song, you don't know.
No, we don't want to see Connie dance. No. Mm-mm. Any other questions or comments? I appreciate the feedback. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. I didn't print it.
Print what?
Double-sided.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay, I'm next.
Oh, you're next?
Work.
Ponme a trabajar.
And now we have, would like now to call the Chief Business Official Megan Peterson and retired Superintendent San Diego County Office of Education, appointed financial advisor Richard Timothy Glover, Dr. Timothy Glover, to present the district budget update and financial outlook presentation.
Good evening, Board President, Mrs. Lopez, members of the board, Mr. Bohorquez, and community. Tonight's presentation provides a budget update and financial outlook for our district. This is pretty much the same presentation that Dr. Glover and I presented at the special board meeting on January 27, 2026. This slide represents the history of the fiscal stability and responsible financial management. 5 years of multi-year positive and balanced budgets. No financial audit findings for our district annual external audits for 3 years, and we're currently in the 24-25 audit that's being conducted currently. We've received credit ratings and fiscal outlooks from Moody's ratings for our GEO bonds, A2 and A3, with a stable outlook and positive outlooks. General obligation bonds for 4 years, no financial audit findings, and the general GEO bond audits are currently in progress for 24-25. And we have received A+ report cards for the past 3 years for bond transparency for our bond program from the San Diego County Taxpayers Association. A comprehensive budget update is presented to the governing board 4 times each year. Board agendas are posted on the district's website, and the budget presentations can be viewed via the district's YouTube live stream recordings. So proposed and adopted budgets are presented to the board in June. We bring forward the unaudited actuals in September. December, we report the first interim financial report, and in March, the second interim financial report. The budget, there are 3 budget certifications: positive, qualified, negative. And at first interim, we did file a negative budget certification. And the next few slides, we will cover the main factors impacting our budget. This chart represents the 9-year comparison of enrollment. So this is the historical data from 2017-18 through the present. We have lost about 583 students, which equals an estimated ongoing revenue loss of about $9 million per year. We have implemented a budget reduction plan since 2019, 2020. This is the current projected state COLA, the cost of living adjustment. So for the current fiscal year, we have 2.30% is our COLA, which you can see is very low. 26-27 estimated and projected at 2.41% COLA, and at 27-28, 3.06% COLA. The natural step of the cost for step and column year after year is averaged at 2%. The cost of health and welfare benefit increases of about 0.6%, and the STRS and PERS increases, so the pension increases, it's estimated at 0.3%. So just those 3 alone, that equals 2.9%. And if you compare 2.9% to the 3-year projected COLA, you can see that it's much higher than what the state gives us for COLA. The inflation rate for the CPI, Consumer Price Index, that's just the inflation for purchases, food and products, 3.37%. So districts need a minimum COLA of at least 4% to cover just the ongoing costs, operating costs year after year. The special education cost continues to rise. Currently, we are estimating the special education budget at $15.5 million. Federal and state revenue sources, $5 million. That's what the federal and state governments give us, $5 million. For our general fund contribution, we estimate 10.5 million. We year after year experience an increase in special education costs of approximately $500,000 to $1 million per year. And our enrollment in special education increases year after year. Currently, the enrollment increased to 20%, and the state average is 15%. On the federal side, when IDEA was enacted, they committed to funding special education at 40%, but they have not met their promise. For our district, the federal special education funding only covers 8% instead of the 40%. So that's where our budget, a big impact to our budget. We are experiencing the expiration of one-time funds. We have a one-time discretionary block grant, which will be fully expended by June of this year, 2026, of 1.6 million. And we are experiencing high volume of complaints over the past 2 years. And approximately 95% of the complaints have been unsubstantiated by the investigators. So that's about 500,000 per year. That has increased. Negotiated agreements and classified employee reclassifications. So through the union groups, we have negotiated 25-26 and 26-27 two-year agreement. The salary increase 1% beginning January 2026, a 2% beginning July 2026, increase in the health benefit cap to $12,260 from $11,500, which equals $342,000 increase. The total employer contribution to health benefits is about 5.5 million. But the total cost for this agreement, this two-year deal, is 2.3 million. The classified employer reclassifications over a three-year span total approximately 800,000. This slide represents the potential federal education funding reductions. So there is a potential reduction to the National School Lunch Program, Community Eligibility Program known as CEP. Currently, we receive about 2.4 million, and possible reduction could equal about 600,000 if they change the requirements for CEP. There are so many unknowns when it comes. The federal government. Yeah. There are many unknowns at this time. We could potentially lose titles 1 through 4, which equals 1.86 million. The federal government runs a different fiscal year than the state government, so it's October through September for federal government. The board did approve a budget reduction plan for 26-27 in the amount of 4.8 million for the general fund. And we will keep the board updated as more information is released. So the next governor's budget would be the May revise in May. This chart shows the annual external audit categories. So every year our books, our financials are audited by Wilkinson Hadley King and Company. Across the district, from attendance, teacher credentials, warrant registers, capital assets. We have a comprehensive school safety plan, our home to school transportation plan. Internal controls, time accounting, federal compliance and state compliance. So this is the majority of the audit components. So in accordance with education code, the San Diego County Office of Education has assigned a fiscal advisor, and that is Dr. Tim Glover. He is a former superintendent with Rosemont Union High School District and interim superintendent at Sweetwater Union High School District. He has attended cabinet meetings and board meetings, and he has provided guidance and support to all of us. Thank you. Do you want to say anything? Okay. This is a new slide that was not presented at the special board meeting. We are undergoing a fiscal health risk analysis, which was triggered from the negative certification. And this chart shows the 20 categories that will be analyzed. So you can see it ranges from the audit report, budget development, enrollment and attendance, facilities, position control, general fund, special education, collective bargaining agreements, and so on. Big Mat interviews will be conducted from March 3rd through March 5th. And this fiscal health analysis is a state financial review under AB 1200. It is not an AB 139 audit, which occurred in 2018 and 2019. This is completely different from the AB 139.
Yeah, if I can just add to that comment, just to make sure there's somewhat different circumstances than what happened back in 2018-19. This is truly a fiscal health assessment, trying to see and take a pulse in these different categories on how is the district doing and where can you improve your wellness fiscally. So these categories, as you can see, they go across the entire spectrum, even though, it doesn't seem like everything, it truly is a very in-depth health risk assessment, fiscal health risk. And I'd say kudos to Marilyn and her team right now. They've been very responsive to BICMAT, being very transparent and sharing documents in that. So more information will come out of this assessment, but so far, I just really appreciate the open and transparent discussion with it.
So there are 20 categories, but there are over 100 questions and documents that BICMAT they're requesting.
So the charter schools would not pertain to us at all?
No.
They don't be less than 100 questions. I think,
Yeah.
98.
Yes,
Yeah, that's
thank
one of the
goodness.
standard components. That's what.
So the timeline for restoration of a positive budget certification. So the board approved the budget reduction plan on January 27th. The layoff resolutions go to the board tonight. Second interim financial report, March 6th, will still show a negative budget certification pending final layoff resolutions in April and May. May 14, the third interim financial report. In June, we will bring forward the proposed and adopted budget for 26-27. And then in December 2026, we'll bring forward the 26-27 first interim financial report, which will be a positive certification.
And I know you might be thinking, wow, that seems like a long time from some of the actions that you're taking today. But as you know, what you're doing today is some of the very heavy lifting so that you can make sure the next fiscal school year, 26-27, is in a good, solid, and stable position in that. So I want to say kudos to you folks for addressing these issues now. And please know that all of these are just benchmarks along the way where we continue as a team to present evidence showing that we are shoring up all the fiscal necessities that we have and showing that there's a real set of proof and documentation that all the actions needed to make a fiscal budget sound have been taken. So thank you now, tonight, and also in advance for all the other actions that you folks will be working on. So thank you.
And in terms of any possible one-time funding, that would happen maybe in June, if we would know, and then when the governor gives his report. And that one-time funding is a budget that we can use, as a team to look at some possible, program reductions that we've had to do to bring back, let's say, staff maybe, or compensate the programs that we have for children in terms of nutrition, making sure that all our kids are fed. So I just want to make sure that when that money, if it does come in, is it hopeful that we can also sit down and look for some more solutions for our schools and our staff?
Yeah, absolutely. I think all of you in your own way during your comments were using the word hope and the concept of hope. And one-time monies, any budget adjustments, and increases in funding give the district an opportunity to refine and strengthen what they're doing for their fiscal resources and see how that can be played into making sure everybody is whole. So fingers crossed for all of those to come through.
Thank you, Marilyn and Dr. Glover. We're really honored to have your support and your guidance, and your leadership is really very welcomed and very appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any?
Marilyn, I do have just a couple of comments and just an ask. Obviously, we know, and I want to clarify to everybody, this is the worst case scenario, correct?
Correct.
This
That
is
is
every
correct.
single thing from now until God knows when goes back, right? It's just the worst case scenario.
Yes, this is the worst case scenario. Yeah, we'll have more answers by the May revise.
And that's going to be important because the goal is to save every single job. That's the goal. And the reality is that I know a lot of people are worried tonight. And what I want to make sure is that you and Mr. Bojorquez are working directly with both union leaders to ensure that we're working to save these jobs as much as possible. Obviously, with the May revise, I'm hearing it's hopeful, a little better than what we initially thought. But ultimately, just look at creative ways you're doing the same jobs. I just want to say thank you, but my ask is just work directly. Communication is better than non-communication.
Correct.
But you got it, I just want to
Thank you,
reiterate that.
thank you.
Anybody have any more questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. We are now going to, general administration. Now, general administration action item. 12.1 is to approve the minutes of the regular board meetings of November 13th, 2025, December 11th, 2025, January 15th, 2026, and the special board meeting of January 27th, 2026.
So moved.
I second.
Motion by Mr. Antonio Martinez, second by Mr. Iris. May I have a vote?
Aye.
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 No.
4 and 1, no. Motion passes.
We do a vote to open the public hearing, and then I believe we can have public comment on that, and then we'll vote to close.
So that's 12.2. Okay.
So, we'll do 12.2. And I'll make the motion, Madam President, to open the public hearing to rename the Buyer Community School Education Resource Center.
I second.
May I have a vote?
Aye.
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 You can use your gavel, open that up.
Okay.
You have a public comment.
So now we're. Leaders.
That would be me. I'm hungry. The budget needs to include food in these meetings, please. Just a comment. I don't need this. Thank you. Thank you, board members. My name is Lourdes Charqueño. I am a resident of this community. And I am here to ask you once again for a school to be named after the late Superintendent Grace Kashima. I am aware that there's a complex considered for renaming, but I'm ambitious. I want a school. Grace was a person who had many achievements, as you may have heard already. But the most important one, she truly understood the needs of the children in our community. Grace led efforts to bring opportunities and education equality to the much deserved students of this district. Grace wanted students to dream big and be visionary as she was. Grace wanted children to believe they can reach for the stars and more. After retiring, she continued with her labor of love by initiating and supporting projects that would bring smiles to children in this district. Together with Alice de la Torre, the dynamic duo started a teddy bear drive for elementary school age children, incentive awards for those middle school students who thrive academically, and for high school students, a scholarship fund to award their merit. She thought of everyone. She included all students so that they can always look forward to achieving something in life. Grace was a friend, a mentor, at times a therapist. It was an honor to have her as the sitting superintendent when I was a student in this district. Therefore, I ask that just like she included everyone in our schools, we include her as well and pay tribute to her contributions by having a school named after her. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, we have one more, Alice.
Mr. Andrews and then-
I don't think she filed this letter. Yes.
We, Yeah, we submitted the slide as part of the public hearing, if that's okay. So, good evening, members of the board. Would you, Madam President, Mr. Bojorquez. So, as part of this public hearing, I was asked as part of the renaming committee to just sort of start off and set the table, if you will. The first slide simply shows, we're not going to read it, that the board does have the authority under the current board policy to rename the facilities. And in addition to that, that the board did approve the Buyer Community Naming Committee, 2 of the members who are with us here tonight. And with that, some of the reasons why the renaming committee would like to recommend the name of Grace A. Kojima for the Community Educational Center.
We do the last page.
You got it.
Good night, everyone. Madam President, board members, Mr. Bojorquez, acting superintendent, and everyone here in the school. We asked and we asking in our naming committee for recommend the name of Grace Kojima Community Educational Resource Center. And we put all this together as a superintendent of the school district since 1993 to 2001. Fortunately, we passed away in June 2025. Grace Kojima's legacy of generosity, services, and advocacy has made lasting impact and will continue to uplifting to San Ysidro community for generations. Other thing that we think, the service of the San Ysidro community with visionary leadership and unwavering compassion for the students, family, and the broader community. That's one of the things that we ask for naming the community.
I'd like to continue by saying that Grace served 39 years in the education community. She championed the creation of transformative academic and extracurricular programs that open doors for students and families, opportunities that continue to benefit students and the community to this day. In 1997, she was instrumental in securing one of the largest school district bonds in California. At that time, $250 million was a lot of money. And that bond issue rebuilt the schools. Sunset was one of the schools that was included in that bond. So we're very proud of that. Continuing, under her leadership, the district constructed 2 new schools, revised 3 schools, including Sunset School, established a multicultural center. That was one of her big dreams. We needed a place to bring the community together. Her tireless advocacy led to the realization of a long-needed library, fulfilling a vital educational and cultural need for the community. In honor of her enduring contributions to education and community wellness, she was awarded the Health Champion Award by the San Ysidro Health.
And so Grace A. Kojima, even after retirement, continued to serve the San Ysidro community with unwavering commitment, most notably for her leadership in the San Ysidro's Women's Club. She served as honorary founding chairperson of the club's social scholarship committee, guiding its mission to support students through educational funding. She played a key role in launching the Teddy Bears for Kids project, bringing comfort and joy to the students in need across the community. She championed the creation of a $500,000 endowment named in her honor that ensures students in San Ysidro will receive scholarships and incentive awards in perpetuity. Under her leadership and inspiration, the club has awarded more than 600 scholarships and incentive awards to date. She was also honored Woman of the Year by Assembly Member Mary Salas of the 79th State Assembly District, recognizing her extraordinary compassion, vision, and leadership. And As was pointed out earlier tonight, we do have Grace Kojima's family here with us tonight. And given that this is a public hearing, the members of the renaming committee simply wanted to sit the table for everyone here. And the committee would be happy to answer any questions.
Well, we can't really have a discussion on this, Dr. Davis, because the way it's listed on the agenda is for us to hear.
Right.
And normally what happens is that usually you have a public hearing, you open it, you hear from the community, you close it, and then it has an additional item where the board would discuss. I don't see that on the agenda. I was just talking with Mr. Arias about that. So unfortunately, we can't have that discussion, at least not at this meeting, maybe the next one. But at this point, at least from the way it's written on the agenda, for us to follow it, it's the way it's written. It's you open the meeting, which we did, we heard from the public, and now we have to close the meeting unless we have more public input.
Understood. And so with that, I do want to make public, though, that the resolution for a vote was purposely put on the next meeting for the purposes of if there are any additional feedback that comes to the board or to the district, that would give everyone enough time to provide that. So we do have that plan.
Okay, wonderful.
I have a final statement to make on behalf of the San Ysidro Women's Club. Is very proud to announce that we're overjoyed and delighted to say that the San Ysidro Women's Club Grace Kojima Scholarship Endowment was established with the San Diego Foundation, and our account now in the San Diego Foundation as of today is $565,000 for scholarships and for incentive awards. And we're very close to having $600,000. We've got some donors out there. In fact, we have a donor, an unknown donor that the San Diego Foundation informed us of. This donor is gonna match $10,000. So we're trying to raise $10,000 so we can have this donor match $10,000. So we'll have $20,000. So we're very happy that the San Diego Foundation is helping us find donors. They found a donor for us, but we have to raise $10,000 before I get $10,000. So we're working on that. So that means that we have $600,000 in the bank. That means the San Diego Foundation is guaranteeing 5 to 7% interest. So we'll hopefully get $30,000 every year into perpetuity for the San Ysidro School District Incentive Awards and the scholarships. So we're very proud of that. We wanted you to be first to know. We're almost at the $600,000 mark. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, unless there's some public comment.
We can't, unfortunately.
Right.
Yeah, the way it was written in the agenda, I think maybe it was an error, but the way it's written, we can only listen in this one.
Okay, so we close the public hearing now?
I'll make the motion to close the public hearing.
I'll second.
By Mr. Antonio Martinez, unanimous. May I have a vote?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 5-0.
Thank you.
.4 is to approve first reading and adoption of the revised board policies and administrative regulations 00000 series.
So moved.
I'll second that.
May I have a vote?
I'm sorry, I have one question. And it's not just for this one, it's for all the series of policies that we're gonna approve tonight. So the revised policies, on top of every policy, it says the date when it was revised. And none of the dates are from this month. It's always from another month or even from another year.
So will that be revised?
I think it's because we haven't taken any action on them, so they're showing the last date they were revised.
No, they show the last day it was revised and then the revised, the date that it will be, the future, what is supposed to be today.
The board policy presented will put the district online with, on the timeline that needs to be.
Or like to this month, February 2025.
Yeah, it says the recommendation
So the
of the comment.
what is gonna be revised? It says in this example for the first one, December 2024. So just wanted to clarify that if that's gonna be revised when we finish reviewing these policies. We'll have this month and this year? Yeah?
What, if I may?
Yes.
My understanding, then there'll be a second reading at a future meeting or?
Yeah.
Yeah, so after the second reading, then whatever date that particular group that we dealt with, my understanding is that you.
That's what I
Date that it's.
Right, yeah.
What was the first reading adoption? Yeah, we're not tonight. It's first reading and adoption, correct. So you're doing both tonight, correct. And so they will be the one that. As soon as the board policy is approved by the board, I'll let you check it.
Okay, thank you. That was just a question.
So may I have a vote?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 5-0. Okay, 12.5 is to approve the first reading and adoption of revised board policies, administrative regulation and exhibits 1000 series.
So moved.
I'll second that.
May I have a vote? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes 5-0. 12.6 is to approve the first reading and adoption of revised board policies, administrative regulation and exhibits 3000.
So moved.
I'll second that.
I'll make an alternative motion to pull out policy 3100, budget board policy, and table it for the next board meeting or to consider the following. So under budget advisory committee, what it will be kept from the revisions is option 1, budget advisory committee appointed by the superintendent. And option 2, budget, will be removed, which means that the board might appoint a budget advisory committee composed of staff or representatives and members of the community. I think this should be the opposite. I think we should be the ones to choose, or collectively, have an agreement of who this advisory committee should be, and not for the superintendent to just have the whole decision. So, I don't know if you're understanding that, but I would like to motion to pull it out and to table it for the next meeting only this policy, 3100. Because the other ones I agree with, so I don't want to say no because of one board policy.
If I may, I think the options. in the
Real quick,
policy-
Mr. Mahoney, is because the way we have to follow procedure. In order for us to even have the discussion, we need to have a second to alternative motion.
Just to clarify that the option 1 or 2 is a choice that the district is making with 1 or 2. What is?
Mr. Mahoney, that's just a point of order. We're not allowed to have a conversation about this.
But I'm asking a question, can we pull it out or not?
Okay, well, if it's related to the motion, the first motion, then you could ask that question, because that had a second. In terms of your alternative motion, you don't have a second yet, so we can't have a discussion related to what you're proposing.
Okay, so,
So unless you backtrack and say for the, you rescind your alternative motion to go back, then we can have that conversation.
okay, I want to do that then.
Okay?
And,
Now you can ask your question. And then Mr. Waters can answer.
okay. Can we pull it out from this, from this item of the agenda and table it to the next one? And I guess this is a question for Mr. Sanchez.
Mr. Sanchez, I guess.
Well, I mean, the question is, yes, you can make a motion to pull that and then you can vote on the rest. But I think Mr. P was about to give a response to what she'd asked and maybe get some clarification on.
Okay. So she rescinded her alternative motion, so we're back to original. So therefore, Ms. Waters, you can.
Just the fact that there's three options in that, revision. We have option one being selected, and that has been what has been, previously.
Yes, but, on the board policies, we always had option 1 and 2. And now option 2 will be removed if we approve it.
The option is not whether we're able to have option 1 or 2, it's either 1 or 2.
Right, but I mean, it's good to have both options, that's what I'm saying.
The way the board policy is being presented is with option 1. So you cannot have two options. So currently, right now, the way it stands presented to the board is with option 1. And that's the way it has been before, so it's up to the board to decide, if they want.
Well, we have been choosing option 1, but maybe people didn't know about option 2.
Again, it's the board's decision.
Okay, thank you. So, if not, someone wants to second it.
Well, you have to make the motion again. Because you rescinded the first one.
Okay. So I motion to pull out policy 3100, budget board policy, and table it for the next board meeting. For the board to reconsider what I just said about not removing option 2, which will be for the board to, that may appoint a budget advisory committee composed by staff or representatives and members of the community. No second.
I really has to take over here.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I have a second?
No. We already made, she made the motion, you're still second, so you have to say the motion dies.
Okay, the motion dies. Thank you.
Now we go back to the original motion and then we can have additional discussion or we can vote on it. Yeah, call for a vote.
To approve the first reading and adoption of revised board policies, administrative regulations, and exhibits 3000 series. May I have?
We already have a motion to second, you just call the vote.
May I have a vote?
Aye.
No. Aye. 4, anyone no? Thank you, it passes. Now we're at 12.6.
7.
Okay, 12.7. To approve the first reading and adoption of revised board policies, administrative regulations, and exhibits 4000 series.
So
Do I have a motion?
I'll make the second.
Motion made by Mr. Arias, second by Antonio Martinez. May I have a vote?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you. 12.8 is to approve the first reading and adoption of revised board policies, administrative regulation, and exhibits 5000 series.
So I'll second.
Mr. Arias makes a motion, Antonio Martinez seconds.
I want to alternate a motion Again, tabling the board policy 5117, intra-district attendance work policy. Again, to keep option 2, which is the school district of choice program. So parents don't have to go through the struggle of waiting for their home district to release them if they want to go to a different district. And also, so to pull it out and table that one, and also, exhibit 15125.1, release of directory information. As AB 495 bill is the new law and prohibits collecting information or documentation regarding citizenship or ID, or just ID. I ask the board to please consider adding to the next meeting a resolution where we add no child to be released without any proper ID, and to the person picking up the child must have a pre-approved release, must be in the pre-approved release and verified by the parent or guardian. And 3, staff will cross-check identification against that list before releasing the student. So again, the motion is to pull out and table.
Alternative motion, so yes.
The alternative motion is to pull out these 2 policies for the next board meeting.
Okay, I need a second. Sorry, it dies. Motion is denied.
We call for a vote on the original motion.
I need a vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, no. 4 and 1 no. 4.9 is to approve the first reading and adoption of revised board policies and administrative regulation and exhibits 6,000 series.
I'll second that.
Alice makes motion, Antonio seconds. May I have a vote?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 5-0. 12.10 is to approve the first reading and adoption of revised board policies, administrative regulation, and exhibit 7,000 series. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion.
I'll second that.
Zanaida makes a motion, Antonio seconds. May I have a vote?
Aye.
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 Thank you. 5-0, motion passes. 12.11 is to approve the first reading and adoption of revised board bylaws and exhibits 9,000.
So moved.
I'll second that.
Motion by Mr. Arias, second by Antonio Martinez. May I have a vote?
Aye.
Aye. 4, 1 no. Motion passes. 12.12 is to approve, adopt resolutions number 25-6-0035, acknowledging submission of a school facility program beyond available state bond authority pursuant to Title II, California Code of Regulations, Section 1859.95.1.
So moved.
I'll second that.
A motion by Mr. Arias, second by Antonio Martinez. May I have a vote?
Aye.
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 Passes 5-0. Motion passes. 12.13 to approve adopt resolution 25-26-0036, acknowledging the need to submit and update 5-year master facility plan as part of the application for state facility funding. I have a motion.
I'll second it.
Alice makes a motion, Antonio Martinez seconds. May I have a vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Miss,
Aye. Everybody put that.
okay. 5-0, motion passes. 12.14 is to approve adopt resolution 25-26-0037, resolution number 2526-0037 in support of conducting a public hearing and approving school facilities projects in accordance with California Education Code Section 101460B 1A.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Antonio Martin. Alias, seconds, may I have a vote?
Aye.
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 5-0, motion passes. 12.15 is the agreement with law firm Lozano Smith for independent investigation services. The board may approve authorizing entering into agreement with Lozano Smith to conduct an independent investigation.
So moved.
I second.
I'll make an alternative motion. Okay, so I move to replace this private contract with a formal request to the California State Attorney General, the San Diego County Office of Education, or the District Attorney Student Safety in School System Task Force to provide a neutral investigation services without any cost. Aside from the experience from this independent investigator, aside from your experience defending districts, the selection of process for this law firm has not been consistent from the beginning. This investigation will cost the district a lot of money that we simply cannot afford at this time. And I do want to have this investigation, but I would like to explore the options to see if another sector from the state can conduct this investigation with no charge. So that's my alternative motion.
May I have a second? It dies, I'm sorry. So now, the motion, may I have a motion, a vote?
We already have a motion. Madam President, we either have discussion or we can vote on it. I call for the vote.
May I have a vote?
Aye.
I want to pause on this investigation for now, and so that makes me have to say I'm going to abstain.
I want to abstain. So it was 2.
I say no to.
So 2-1, 2 abstentions. Motion dies.
Motion dies. Thank you. Okay, 12.16 is to approve, ratify the adoption of resolution number 2526-0033, authorizing the teaching assignment of a multiple subject teacher to a single subject class pursuant to Education Code 45256B. I'll make the motion.
A second.
Second by Senator Rosario. May I have a vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes 5-0. 12.17 is to adopt resolution number 2526-0034, authorizing the district to notify individual temporary certificated employees of the district's intent to release at the close of the 25-26 school year.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
May I have a vote?
Aye.
Aye, passes 5-0. 12.18 is to adopt resolution number 2526-0039, authorizing the district to reduce and/or discontinue the following particular kinds of services of the district at the close of 25-26 school year.
I'll make the motion.
Mr. Arias makes the motion.
I'll second it.
Antonio makes second. May I have a vote?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 5-0. 12.19 is to approve resolution number 2526-0038, authorizing the district to reduce or to eliminate the following particular kinds of services of the district at the close of the 25-26 school year for physical and budgetary reasons.
So moved.
I'll second it.
I'll make an alternative motion to postpone, postpone this item in the agenda. I don't think, we should release any staff until a state-led audit such as FCMAT or the state controller identifies precisely how much can be saved by cutting private legal and administrative contracts first. And my fiscal transparency and accountability concerns as a trustee and a whistleblower are adequately addressed. Until then, I will not be putting in danger any classified position. So again, my motion is to postpone this until at least the FCMAT is done. And we have a proper, also state controller investigation, identifying how much we can save by cutting private, legal, and administrative contracts first.
May I have a second? It does. So now we go to,
Can you call for a vote?
oh, did I? I'm sorry. May I have a vote?
Aye.
Aye.
4 and 1 no. Sorry, motion passes. Thank you. Well, we will now move to the consent, onto the consent calendar. All items appearing are adopted by one single motion. There will be no discussion of these items prior to the consideration of the motion unless a member of the board or superintendent requests that any such item be removed from the consent calendar and voted on separately.
So moved.
I second.
So it was made by Antonio Martinez, seconded by Mr. Martin Arias.
Do you have any polls? I don't have any.
I do have, 2 polls.
Okay, which ones?
13C.3 and 13D.2.
Those two?
Did you say 13B.2?
C as a cat and D, that's right.
David? So,
Yeah, I'll make the motion to approve all the items except for those two. Yeah, second?
Yeah, I second.
okay, this was, made motion by Mr. Antonio, seconded by Mr. Arias. And we have.
Aye.
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 Now we go to 13, Charlie.
Got to make a motion. I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Okay, so this is just for clarification. This is this an additional? Is this an additional or this is a revised, amount that we're gonna raise on the public complex?
I don't consider a wage, but it's just an additional to people.
A cost, sorry.
An additional to people that were not registered at the time the board approved the prior contract.
Okay, so we approved the last meeting, $68,000 for staff members to go to San Francisco. Now we are approving $6,000 more, or almost $7,000 more. When we are in a, I know this is not a part of the general budget, but we still can cover a lot of other things with that. Title III, I believe it was, and community school block grant.
Now, the community school grant is it was approved by committees and issues two sides, for participation.
Yes, I just think it will be better to, invest this money into, other programs, like, counseling, like, tutoring for those kids that, might be behind, since Title III does, let this type of programs to happen for, low-income communities. Instead of, I know, like I said, I know CABE is a great conference, but if we skip 1 year, I don't think that would be such a damage to our district. I think we can invest it on tutoring kids that are behind.
So, Mr. Mohandas, before we address this, can the money, the categorical funding from what we're using on this particular action item be used to save jobs?
No, the board already approved the CABE conference and the participation. What this is just two participants that were not registered at the time that was presented to the board. And this funds come from the community grant, which are dictated by the committee at each of the schools that participate in the CABE to actually do this activity.
But the community school block grant also can pay for any position if the committee votes for it. I know it's not a lot, but,
And that's correct. As you stated, the committee has to vote for it, and the committee voted for participation in CABE.
the community, meaning the committee.
The committee.
I'll for vote, Eric.
Can I have a vote?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
That is 4-1 no. Passes. Now we're on 13D.2.
Yes.
We have to make a motion second.
Yeah, so
I'll second.
Motion made by Mr. Arias. Yeah, second by Antonio.
Yes, so, I sent, some questions in advance, about some expenditures. You didn't have them ready? It was about, some contracted services that we are paying for. I have some questions. Why are we paying some of these? When was it approved? And, yes, so, and for some of them, I did ask for receipts. And so I don't know if that information was collected or not.
No, it was not collected.
Okay.
We could provide it. When are we having a board highlights? Tonight? Oh, okay.
So, well, I don't know if you recall, Dennis, so we're paying for legal services to a company named Dennis Wooliger Kelly. We're paying them $34,000. What specific legal service is this? That was my question. Again,
We'll provide a response in the,
Board highlights.
request for information in the board highlights.
Yes, well, thank you. I appreciate that. The thing is that we have to approve this today. And also, again, for the third month, I also asked about the Waxy sanitary supplies. This month, we are, spending, I believe it was like $17,000 this month. I think last month was more than that.
Yeah, the one for last month was on the board highlights for January 16th. There were invoices on that one.
Okay. So yes, some contracted services, like I said, those, were not provided to me. And I did send you the questions in advance. And also for the South Bay Fence Inc., I know we're working with them for different specific, construction, but I would like to know also what specific service was this?
Which one was that one? Southwest?
Yes, South Bay.
Oh, South Bay fencing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also we're paying legal services for Aticonson, Andelson, Loya, Booth. We're paying them 13,000 for legal services, and I would like to know what specific services is this. So, and, so that's why, last meeting I asked for, maybe a reference number that can be shared between both.
Yes.
Purchasing expenditure report, so I don't have to make these questions.
Oh, yeah, the staff is working on it.
Oh, good.
It takes time to create the query to match the two.
Oh,
That's
great.
why.
That's
Mhm.
great.
I already
That's
spoke
great
with my team.
Perfect. That's great news. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mary.
You're welcome.
Okay, we have both.
Aye.
Aye. No. Passes 4-1-0.
I'd like to make a motion to recess back to closed session at 9:26 a.m. Yeah. Sorry. It could be a.m. We've done a.
Second,
Yeah. Yeah.
second on Mr. Thomas, all in favor? Aye.
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 Rafa.
Aye, sir. Passes. Aye. So we'll call
Madam President, we are live.
Good evening, we're back from closed session at 9:59. And I call, for motion to adjourn.
Madam President, just real quick.
Oh, you're gonna report out.
Yeah, let me report out. I'll second that motion to adjourn at 10 o'clock. I think I read the motion.
Yes. Second by Mr. Martinez, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Oh, passes 5-0. Thank you.
Got it.
Have a nice Valentine's